There you have it, my friends. The final time you're going to hear that theme song, because we are done today. Greetings, friends, and welcome back to another episode of DreamWizard Plays, and my camera's even more messed up than it was before. What is going on here? I didn't check that earlier. It's just gonna start falling down. My head isn't even in frame anymore. One moment, please. Let's see if I can fix this. What is happening? The poor dog. The poor dog. All right. What do we got here? Is this? Okay, hold on, peanut butter. Hold on. Oh, my goodness. Did that fix it? Hey, that's pretty good. Come here, buddy. Come here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Peanut butter. There you go. Why didn't I check this beforehand? Because I'm terrible at this. I have no idea what I'm doing. And I like that. That's nice. That's going to stay nice for this stream. And that's good enough. We'll figure out the rest of it some other time. Greetings, friends, and welcome back to another episode of DreamWizard Plays number 410, Disco Elysium, Director's Cut from 2021, part the 20th, and the grand finale. It's happening. We're wrapping this up tonight. I don't know how long the stream's going to go. It could be an hour, it could be 2 hours, but we're just gonna take our time and enjoy the feeling. We're gonna soak it all in. The end. I mean, those words at the termination of a book or a game, it's a hell of a thing, you know? I'm already like pre-melancholic. Bobby B says, glad I made it for the start. Looking forward to seeing how this game turns out for you. Good luck. Yona says, hey, Ben, on my other device today. I see you both. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for stopping in. Speaking of the housekeeping, would you kindly like, share, subscribe, tell your friends? Always need more viewers for these game streams. We're coming back on Monday with a brand new one. Hang out until the very end, and I will be playing the surprise trailer for the next game coming up on Monday. If you would like to support my work, you may do so by purchasing one of 17 currently available works of historical dream literature. Book 3 in the ABC series is right over here. Oniro Chronologia, Volume 1 of 3. An anthology series chronologically arrayed from the 1500s to the late 1800s, I believe. Can't remember. It's been a couple of years. You can see 2021 there. I published this. A collection of shorter works of historical dream literature that I did not want to omit from the historical record. Excuse me. So, if you would like to, you may purchase that through BenjaminTheDreamWizard.com. All this and more, of course, including downloadable MP3 versions of my Dreamscapes series. The latest episode is available. Dreamscapes episode 162, Esprit d'Aventure. And let's do this. Let me see if I was smart and dropped the new one in there. I think I did. Nope, I didn't. I was not smart. Well, there's a new episode coming tomorrow. And I don't have that ready to show you. I don't know how to think things through sometimes. So, if you want to know... Oh, no, it's available today. I should do this. I did this last time, too. Okay, one moment, please. This is going to be... This is a day for just doing just stupid things. Let's do this. Okay, we need to open... Where is it? It's on the network, right? Stop. No, it's the shared files folder. Here we go. We're going to open that. Open in a new window. Okay, here we go. Yeah, let's see if I can do this quickly. Images, Dreamscapes, no, podcast. One moment, please. Where is it? Let's go copy. Let's go paste. There it is. All right, now we're ready. We're ready for that. Let's do this. We're going to close this for 2 seconds. We're doing it live. There it is. Let's see if we can bring that up. Bam! Available today, Friday, at BenjaminTheDreamWizard.com is the latest episode of Dreamscapes, number 163, Spirit of the Divine. You can get that right now. If you would prefer to watch the live video, you may do so by waiting until tomorrow morning, Saturday. It'll go live on YouTube, but you can go to benjaminthedreamwizard.com right now and get the audio-only MP3 downloadable version of episode 163, Spirit of the Divine. And that's enough of that. Today is not the last day to head to benjaminthedreamwizard.locals.com and get the custom cocktail, the themed beverage for this run of Disco Elysium Socialist Champagne. It is the last day to drink it with me live on stream. Hopefully you've already done so. If you have a beverage of your choice ready to hand and you would like to do the toast with me, raise your glass. Here we go. Ein Prosit der Gemütlichkeit. Nostrovia, Kanpai. Salud. Cheers to you. And here's mud in your eye. Delicious. All right, let's get this stuff off the screen and get back into the game. It's happening. The grand finale. This way to the great egress. Continue. And we finally arrived on the island, and there's all kinds of new things to see. Let's have a look around. We got a chain. What's up with the chain here? The rusted chain trails off into the ocean.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
I point to it and say to Kim, this leads to that depot on Land's End.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
Lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Okay. Why would completing that... What is this? What are the sounds I'm hearing above the waves? Like horns honking and ice crackling, I suppose? A makeshift bridge. The bombs were powerful enough to break the foundation. Okay, so I can go up, but I can also go down. Where do we go? Where do we go first? I say down. Let's have a look at what's happening down here. Oh, there's nothing over here. These tires are falling apart. They're at least 50 years old. This is the end of the area I can explore down here. Well, so be it. Foghorns and crumbling ice, huh? There's a lingering trace of mazout in the air. What does that mean? Some fuel has leaked out of the barrel, black and viscous. Attention, inflammable. I think they mean to say attention, this is flammable. Let's just be careful then. I wonder if that's what might happen if I had a smoke and lit it and threw it into this pile. I don't have one. Maybe I should have brought some cigarettes with me. We've got, this barrel says ICM. You see a star with little specks in it. The little bird, the little birch from the coin-operated viewer, still holding on. Oh, okay. No way to get up here. The stairs are gone. Well, it looks like we're going to have to go... Whoops.
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
Kim, what is the ICM?
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The Black and White Army of the Revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
Sounds a lot like the RCM, the Revachol Citizens Militia.
It does.
Well, why is that?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
May, you say?
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
I point to the star on the label and say, a white star.
No, an upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
Are those specks little stars too?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
Looks really old. What's it doing here, Kim?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
We're going to do a quick save, and we're going to get inside this building. Actually, what is this? I mean, it's just telling me I finished things. Made Titus give up Ruby's location. Oh boy, did that work out for him poorly. Yep. And I've got skill points I don't know how to spend. And there's all kinds of shit going on here. Thoughts I will never experience because we are at the end of the game. Look at this huge list of all the things I'm never going to know. Never going to know. It is what it is. All right. Off we go. Maybe it's time to bust out that flashy light. I have no more bullets. There's no point in pulling out my gun. I've used them all. All right. What do we got here? Oh. Damn. You know what? There was a... I did run across one little piece of information that... Why bother to say it now if it's nothing I can do? There was a box on the walkway behind Measurehead that I was directed to for quote-unquote useful items. I wanted to go see what was in that box. Completely forgot about it, and that's just not going to be a part of this game experience. It's not happening. So there you have it. This was once an armament rest. Careful, these stairs have collapsed. Indeed. Looks like in order to get down here, we got to go all the way around. So I guess we better go up here. Oh, no, let's go down here. What is this thing?
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Where do these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
Well, what kind of generator is this?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout.
He points to the open fuel cap on the side of the dynamo.
The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
I tap on the side of the machine.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
Kim, what does it mean? A generator here.
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
I meant, why is it here?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
Good chance. You know whom we have not seen much of since we were told he was taking a walk down the beach is the Sunday friend. I don't know why I feel like he might be the guy. He's the only person unaccounted for that we have already met, although we were introduced to 2 new people we hadn't met when we confronted the mercenary tribunal. So it's possible they're going to throw us a completely uninvolved party, but it would be kind of cool to have it be the Sunday friend, that he was a little more than he appeared to be at first.
The wind outside picks up suddenly with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
All right. Well, there has been someone staying here. Let's look around. Books, mostly fantastique and historical fiction. Dishes stained with sauce and fire. A survivor's kitchen. You see candles planted on a broken rangefinder. Oh, if this is wide open, of course you'd need the heat to keep the cold out. Jesus. If this is just one big open slit. Moth-bitten bed sheets keep out the wind. And here's a bed.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft-cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recently, would you say?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
Yeesh.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Well, maybe a little shut-eye, just for an hour.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed.
I curl up with my knees close to my chest, which is not good for a busted leg.
The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening.
Well, we took a little rest. That
Sleep.
happened. Maybe I should have saved the game. Shit, Kim's gone. He said he would stand watch. He sure did. Well, this definitely calls for a save. Whoop. The lieutenant is no longer here. Go outside to the beach, is what it tells me. Well, we're gonna have a look around. I wanted to see what this is first. The door is still here, closed. Feels strange somehow. You can't get in. All right, well. Oh. We can run down underneath here. How about that? Is this going outside to the beach or not? I mean, well, we're already heading this direction, so we're going to have a look around. Is this the beach? Go down to the chain. There's something there. Go down to the chain. The other way? I mean, have I gone completely the wrong direction here? I guess. I really have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, is this the chain? Walk into the water now, it says. What? We're going to quick save. You see footprints on the water. What? Further, it says. Wow, what is happening? It's telling me I can walk right across the water. I'm walking on water.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry.
Yona says this has some Alan Wake vibes. Oh. Dolores Day is in a hurry, and here I am meeting with her. Outside the video Revachol. I'm sleeping, and this is something from my past. We're gonna be... Okay, I'm not gonna ruin it. I'm just gonna experience it. Let's go.
Off to advise the Queen of Shest, most likely. This is the Holy Suzerain of Mwindi and Insulinda. Definitely not your wife. You need to talk to her. Think of the historical knowledge you could glean.
I stutter the word, hey.
Hey.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bothered you.
Yes. Or, I mean, no. But I am in a hurry.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
What's in the bag?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
The crown of immortality? Aren't you already wearing one?
Oh, this?
She corrects the wreath on her forehead.
This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder. Silence. Her nuptial gown flows in the wind, wraps around her holy body.
Anyway.
Your skin. It's holy and soft.
No, Harry. It's just regular skin. I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into.
You are. None of the others are as beautiful as you.
She does not answer. There's that expression again. Silence. A distant wind blows. You can't think of anything pretty to say.
Can you stay for just a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive, epic showdown.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really.
She looks at you plaintively.
We don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Jesus, that's brutal.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
But that's not a very good way for things to be.
It's not. But
She looks at her feet. Little golden sandals cover her toes. I say, but what? Tell me there's something good.
I don't know why I said but. There is no but.
That's it?
That's it, yes. We've talked about it 1,000,000 times. You will get over it, just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
But I'm not. I'm not getting over it. At all.
It just takes some time. For you, I think it will take something like 20 years, maybe? It was hard for me too, you know? I used to think I couldn't live without you.
She looks you straight in the eye. Her irises are light blue, flecked with green.
But I can.
She keeps her shoulders squared and her back straight, but it's clear you're still making her sad.
20 years? That's so much time.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew.
She smiles and wipes her brow in relief. I say, so you felt that way once? That you can't live without me?
Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone.
Your innocence, Dolores Day? I'm sorry I made you sad.
It's okay.
It doesn't have to be like this. Maybe we could try again.
No, Harry. We can't.
Why?
We already tried again, and it didn't work.
Is that how it is now? We should just try all good things twice and then give up. By that logic, not you too.
What went wrong when we tried again? I can do it better.
I don't know. Please.
She shuffles from one golden sandaled foot to the other. In the distance, a streetcar screeches. Why, Dolores? Why can't we be together?
Harry, we can't be together because you're insane.
Her eyes turn to sorrowful ovals.
She avoids turning them to you.
Insane? How?
They're turning moist now. Her eyes. She slowly shakes her head and tries to get a hold of herself, brushing her hands in her gown.
What do you mean by insane, Dolores?
You know what I mean.
Okay, I'll throw the necktie away. It's stopped saying things anyway.
What do you mean, stop saying things?
It doesn't say anything anymore. I think there was something I had to do with it, but I didn't. And now it's dead.
It's not about some tie, Harry. You've worked there for so long you can't even talk like a normal person anymore. It's always lists with you. Questions.
They're not lists, they're trees.
This is another one, isn't it? We're in a tree right now.
Oh boy. I can lie to her. No, we're not in a tree. I can say yes, but it's not possible to talk without trees. And you know what? In this reality, it sure as hell isn't. I'm tempted to click that one. But number 3 is, lists are absolutely normal. Everyone has them. You just list everything you want to ask. Or I can say, but I like my lists. I'm going to tell her it's not possible to talk without trees.
It's not just the lists or trees or whatever. You get sad, Harry. Too sad. People can't get that sad. It's impossible to watch.
She corrects the wreath on her head with her hands, now trembling.
Other people get sad too, but not like you. You stay down for too long. Until you start giving your thoughts names and talking to things.
Guilty as charged.
In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man. And you have to be in hell until the end of your life. And I have to go to Morova.
There is barely an even chance I could sweep her into my arms and kiss her, but I've brought her a figurine. And so I give it to her.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
She refuses to take it from you. I say, I thought you liked figurines. I thought the figurines were for getting you back.
That's not what figurines do, Harry.
But then, the figurines don't do anything.
She looks at the headless Faun rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say.
What about dice? I had some custom dice made in this place. A doomed commercial area.
Harry, I don't want things. I want to go to the aerodrome.
Okay, I won't give you things then.
I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked the headless fallen rider back then.
Just now, an achievement popped up. Attempt to give her figurines, and it says figurines don't do anything. Task complete. Offer figurines to Dolores Day. Gained XP plus 10. I could accuse her of being a war criminal. Why would I do that? I'm gonna try to kiss her. And it's... I don't feel good about this one. I wish I had a much better chance. My suggestion is way too low. Here we go. Oh, it's a fail. Fail.
Your feet still tremble from the steps you took, as if over an enormous distance, standing against her. Her body close to you, radiating more. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth. She is not kissing you back.
It failed.
This was not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror. I should not have suggested it, and you should not have listened to me.
I feel her breath.
Her chest rising like a pillow, warm exhalations against the side of your mouth, her tender soul moving through her lungs. Hidden, distant, kept safe from you.
Her cheek against mine.
Feels like soft fuzz, a bird covered in down feathers, brushing against your broken capillaries. The world's most precious material, reserved for those she lets close enough to feel it. You are stealing a touch. It's not yours to take.
Cold silver against my forehead.
The delicate wreath on her forehead pressing into your temple. The silver is cold from the spring evening air.
I squeeze her wrist.
Her hand does not return the grip. Her body is rigid. A current of unease courses through it. Distrust. For you. The curve of her spine. Her shoulders hunched. She keeps herself stiff. Her center guarded from your motions. Unresponsive to your guidance.
I move my mouth.
Nothing, just pillows against you. Unresponsive, but for the taste of apricots. Apricot-scented chewing gum.
I break my silence and say, "You're not kissing me back."
The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours.
That's the end of it.
Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
You didn't kiss me back.
She breathes out heavily, as if something painful has passed through her, and shakes her head.
I thought you would. I know you still love me. You can't not love me.
She shakes her head one more time. The evening wind rustles her hair, blowing old newspapers and fast food wrappings down the street.
Why didn't you kiss me back?
Why did you do that to yourself? You know I don't cheat, Harry. I never cheated on you.
You're the apricot chewing gum scented one.
No, I'm just Dora.
Dora. Dolores, Dora. Yeah. So that's it then?
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see.
She slides her hand down her chest and onto her lower stomach, smiling.
I'm pregnant.
Is it mine?
Of course not.
She looks down at her belly and then up into your old eyes.
I terminated yours. Don't you remember? You poor fuck. Poverty-stricken fuck.
She's getting brutal. What?
Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
She wipes her palms onto the silk of her gown.
No, this has to end. Do the last one. More questions. Ask more.
Hey, my pain threshold says this has to end. Do the last question. My volition says ask more questions. I don't know what to do. This isn't going to end well, but does it need to end like a disaster? Do I need to yell at her that she's a war criminal? Does that have any purpose to it? Is that just clicking all the options to see what happens? Because very often I click all the possible options and something terrible happens that doesn't need to happen. I could have just skipped it. This accusation of war criminal has nothing to do with our relationship or the fact that I want her back. It's just a hurtful thing to say right before she leaves me. So I'm going to skip it. I'm going to say simply, don't go.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
Her fingers wrap around the handle bag.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
Wow. That's my authority talking. But it was the volition which said to ask more questions, and pain threshold which said not to. You have sworn a holy oath, Harry. She herself begged you not to let her go. I say, wait, can't we sit down and have a coffee first? There's a cafeteria on the corner. I point to the east.
No. That would only be painful and dull. At the aerodrome, life, love, and laughter are waiting for me. At the cafeteria, dust, hell, and tragic comedy.
Hold on. What are you going to Morova to do?
Light, life, culture. It's so much better than here. Everything here reminds me of you and the horrible times we had. The nights we stayed up fighting for our dying love. I have to wipe it all off me and be clean again. I want to be a good person again. Not this. Not what you made me into.
But I swore I wouldn't let you go. You told me. You asked me to be this way.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
She turns to leave, and I say, no.
Yes.
Will we ever see each other again?
I won't see you, but you will see me.
How can that be?
Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
But how will I see you again, then?
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young, and I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness, after leaving you the first time, so long ago.
But this is so intolerably bad.
Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, she says, and disappears. Well, should have had a clue when I woke up and Kim wasn't there. Definitely a dream. Gee.
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
Oh boy. We got options here. I can say, let's solve the fucking case. I can say my sleep was deep and invigorating, and try to cover up the blood seeping out with your hands. I could say, actually, Kim, it was total annihilation. I can swallow the blood and conclude, let's comb the entire island, centimeter by centimeter. That's the next step in the task chain. Or I can just spit out the blood and get back to work like a badass. None of these allow me to tell him I just had the worst fucking nightmare, and it has sapped my will to live. Let's swallow the blood and comb the island centimeter by centimeter.
Okay.
Task complete. Rest in the flak tower. Gained experience plus 10 and a level up.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
Probably. All right. I'm going to save that game in the Sea Fortress. And just clear some of these things here. We've cleared tasks. I got 4 points now, and I don't know what to spend them on. I don't know that I really need to spend them on anything. Ever again. I could boost hand-eye coordination, reaction speed, drama. But why? Is there anything I really need to spend them on? I don't know. Let's not until we figure out if anything like that is necessary. Oops. We're going this way. Yep. I actually got up in the night. Oh, there was something else here. What is this? Oh, there's all kinds of things. Let's come over here. We're not done looking around.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
I bend down to sift through them.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures. Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
The lieutenant inspects a softcover. My conceptualization is ridiculously low, so let's leave and come back in there and try again after we boost conceptualization. There's no guarantees I actually can. First of all, conceptualization is not deboosted by anything, so we can only raise it from here. Reaction speed, logic, savoir-faire, logic, empathy, visual calculus. Hey, put on this jacket and raise my conceptualization by 1 point. We'll skip over all the other jackets because I don't think any of them have a higher rating. Nope. Nope. There are no ability to raise conceptualizations with my ties. Nope. How about shirts? Yes. Whoop. Yes. I can raise my conceptualization by 1 point. Gloves are electrochemistry and half-light. Any conceptualization pants? Nope. Shoes? Nope. All right, it is what it is. Well, we're going to save it and try this. At this point, I'm already glad I saved this for tonight because we're damn near an hour in. So there you have it. All right, what's this roll?
Serialized fantastic
28% low.
and detective stories. And not that you can tell.
Fail.
This
We're gonna load that up and try again. The question is, does anything in particular stand out among the pile?
soft covers, serialized, not that you can...
No! Load game. Yeah, Yona, that was brutal. It sure was brutal. And I've cast my ex in the visage of Dolores Day. Did I know her? Am I really old? Or is that just part of my twisted fantasy? Ivysaur EG says, hello, I see you are a gamer who reloads. You're damn right. I am the scummiest of savers, the saviest of scummers. I don't want to fail this roll. I want to see what happens when I succeed. So we're going to keep loading this maybe a few more times. I got 4 points to spend. Let's look for, oh man, conceptualization is through the roof. Why is it giving me such a low, oh, because it's a heroic roll. Do I want to blow a point on that? There's other things I'm going to want to blow a point on later. We'll just keep rolling the dice for a minute. If I get frustrated, I'll throw a point in it. Good way to boost your chances for this roll is to do drugs. Well, fair enough. I was going to say I don't have much drugs on me, but items, interact, tools. It's tools. Let's see. Alcohol basically just hurts me, so we're not going to do that. -1 morale, +1 psyche, -1 health, +1 motorics, -1 morale. The speed, +1 motorics. So, +1 psyche. I don't think this is a psyche roll. This is an intellect roll. conceptualization, so it's not going to help me, unfortunately. Hey, good looking out. Oh, you need cigarettes. Yeah, I didn't bring any with me. Completely forgot. So, it's my own damn fault. Whoops. Here we go. Reroll.
Serialized, not that you can tell.
Oh! Not the first time I've had to roll more than once. Twice. 7 times. We're going to keep going here. But we'll be quick about it. Oh, I don't want to talk to Kim. No.
Soft covers. Serialized, not that you can...
Oh! Next one for sure.
Soft covers. Serialized, not that you can...
Well, not that time. All right, maybe one more time I'll throw a point into it. Load game. You should have seen me saving and reloading when I played the BioShock series. Oh man, I'm so bad at first-person shooter fights. I do not have the hand-eye coordination for it whatsoever. Let's level up. Let's do it. Yeah, so I would often die and then come back and try the same fight over and over again.
Soft covers. Serialized, not that you can...
Jesus. Oh, you know what? I didn't save it again after I spent that point, so I'm going to have to spend the point again. Don't worry, I've never had to do this more than 15
Soft
times.
Covers. Serialized, not that you can...
And we're about to find out if I break that record. We are at endgame here, and I'm determined. I would be doing this twice as hard if I were not streaming.
Soft covers. Serialized. Oh yes.
Finally.
There is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly like reading.
Hey, look, Kim. Deranged commie ranting.
Ouzia. I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West.
Dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature indeed. First try, says Ivysaur. First try as far as these guys are concerned. It never happened any other way. Ivysaur, have you watched Ray Zero? Starting Life from Zero in Another World, the anime? All the people he encounters after a reset. Everything he does is for the first time. They have no memory he'd ever failed. That's what I feel like playing games. I say to Kim, critical theory books. What do you think this means?
Again, I am not a philosopher, but whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Well, that was underwhelming, but I managed to save that point. Let's do a hard save this time. Okay, all of that. Well, like the last 10 minutes of my life gone. I'll never get it back. Trying to... Ooh. A Fallen Arrower shirt for +1 hand-eye coordination. All right, we got a new shirt. Whoops. It's here. Yes, I know it is absolutely ridiculous, but we're going to reorganize my... where is it? Pants. Reorganize my pants. I should probably reorganize these two, but I don't want to. They go together. +1 to Ravacholian nationhood and reaction speed. We'll see if I need reaction speed at some point. Oh, I need to change my outfit. Back to what it was before. What are we doing here? I've got my empathy shoes on. It was jacket. It was the jacket and the shirt. I want... Well, what is this shirt? Conceptualization -1 to suggestion. Maybe I keep that on. It's hard to know what shirt to wear. I mean, I guess I don't have to change anything. I just like my... Oh, you know what? Where was that shirt? It was a... I like my cop jacket. And I could wear the polo, which gives rhetoric, +1 rhetoric, -1 empathy. Yeah, I think so. We'll wear the polo. I don't know that I need conceptualization. I don't want to lose suggestion. Good enough. Good enough. What am I doing? I don't even know. Quick save it again. On with the shoe. What do we got here? This great blast door must weigh over 10 tons. Rust peels off it. And we got a little morale booster. Healing item. Oh, come here. Healing item gained. What do you want to bet we can't get this door open?
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
Kim, what do you figure is on the other side?
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
Well, how do we open it?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He looks at the door, then at its bigger brother, then at the lock.
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
Okay, then, we open the big one. You see controls anywhere?
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
And we have a new task, open the blast door. For whatever reason. Oh, shit. Wait a minute. What was that? That can't be opened. Oh, no, it can. Well, we got more money that we're never going to spend. And a morale boost item. Oh, look at here. We got some controls.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
I run my fingers across the keyboard.
The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What's this then?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out, they terminate here.
You think this could open the blast door?
Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radio diffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
Well, I'm going to turn the button marked Emergency Open.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it.
He says, looking upstairs.
We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
He looks into the dim light to his right.
The boat engine.
We could get some from the boat engine.
But officer, then we would have to swim back to the mainland. Let's just look around, okay?
I thought about that, but what do I care, right?
The consul stands by, mutely. Urgence, ouvert.
Well, I'm going to leave because there's nothing to do until we get it running. This hatch is jammed shut, and it is not an item I can interact with. So, we're going to not interact with it. What if I go back outside? Can I get back outside? Because we know where there was some fuel. And it was outside. But it's not in a canister. Oop.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
What's that flutter?
The flock of quail departs. Now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
No, underneath the flutter.
On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other, like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work. Of great importance to the few who attend.
To the west,
A silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
to the east,
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand, The low tide filtered through its grains, a bird tending to its feathers.
Ahead of me?
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building.
Beyond that. Further north.
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless.
Below the silence.
Col de Mamadakwa.
Shit.
We are way out now. Way out in the west.
I start to say, Kim,
Yes?
have you noticed how quiet it is?
I have. Is that why we're stopping?
Let's wait just a moment. I have to listen to one more thing.
The lieutenant nods in silence.
I open my eyes and stop listening. Well, that was that. This barrel has run empty. There's almost nothing inside. Well, there you go. We found the need to find a barrel, and these aren't going to do it. So, oops. Wait a minute. What is this? The inside of the fortress. You make out the console and the blast door. Well, we're not going that way. Back inside and out the other way. Had to check. And here we go, outside. Water rushes below, far down below. A firing slit. You can't see inside. It must have been a direct hit to take out such a huge chunk. The distant sound of cargo ships. Signal horns echo on the water. Well, my dream was prophetic in the sense of showing me the exact contours of this island that we were about to experience. That's kind of freaky deaky. The ice cracks under your feet. Be careful not to fall through. All right. I'm gonna quick save it, and we're gonna be not so careful not to fall through. I was kind of hoping it would show me a death scene. No dice. Except the ones I brought with me. Oh shit, we can look up here. The pain in your pelvis makes you wince. But then you continue. No way to jump down here without breaking a few bones. We have gone as far as we can over there. What is in here? A weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Revachol. An old medicine cabinet, newly stocked with Druamine. Let's get it. +3 health. There we go. And money that I really don't need. What is this thing?
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
I inspect the mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
I pick one cigarette butt out of the can.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri.
Kim, I saw the same brand of cigarettes extinguished on Land's End.
Could be a coincidence. Or the same person has visited Land's End and here. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Turn my attention to inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
I touch the concrete first.
Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
And then I look through the hole in the concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left,
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
and on the right,
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10, the doomed commercial area.
and between the two,
The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
and there it is, Kim.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
More than that,
Kim, with a pair of binoculars, I'd be able to see inside the room.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure. I think we have it. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Task complete. Determine where the shot came from. Plus 70 XP. Level up. I'm going to say, booyah! Master cop work.
It's only moderately effective cop work until we have the weapon. It will not be, how do you say it, booyah, until we have that.
You think the shooter could still be here?
Where?
He looks behind his back. On the island.
he does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says, he feels uncomfortable suddenly.
We should move now.
I turn away. And that's time for a hard save. Well, we're probably going to do another one. Open the blast door and find fuel for the generator. We're going to do that for sure. I now have 5 skill points to spend on who knows what. We have in front of us fuel. There it is. And I take the fuel canister, which I could sell for damn near 50 real. But we're not going to do that. Whoop. You feel eyes on your back. Someone is watching, but you can't say from where. So here now is the chain. Okay.
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in.
Are they going to give me an option to do that?
with a bottle in your hand.
But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
Oh, yes, please.
Oh, fuck, yes. Go there in your head. It's been days since you thought about her. A week. No, we're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
I raise the line of my sight.
In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
Shake my head. And clear away the thoughts. The winch is broken. Rust has eaten what remains of the chain. Looks like we're at the end of the path here. There is nothing more. And there is no walking out onto the water. There is only going back inside to deposit the fuel into the generator and get this machine going. But another quick save, because I feel like something's happening. We might run into some trouble.
This old cylindrical generator waits with its fuel cap open. Makeshift electrical wiring runs out of its side and across the floor.
I pour the fuel into the tank.
The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
And I pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Task complete. Now we got to go down and try the buttons. And again, before I do, excuse me. Here we go.
A dim golden glow animates the console. Faint, like a ghost light. Urgence ouvert reads one dial key. Allumer reads another.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot.
I'm going to slide the radio dial, just for shits and giggles.
The dial slides under the dusty glass, dark and silent, despite the power being on. You make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words, failed insular, are written on the band.
Insular. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe, used for military communications.
I push the button marked light, interior.
The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle, a dim ambient orange.
And finally, I turn the emergency open button.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
I did say button, and I meant knob.
A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl.
After you.
Task complete. Open the blast door. Gained XP plus 10. Kim, before, outside, when we were walking across the sand, I felt someone watching me.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
I point towards the door and ask, "What do you think is in there?"
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
Kim, not gonna lie, I'm scared.
Don't be. I have a gun.
He takes out his sidearm, checks the barrel, then holsters it again. But, you should know, my gun is out of bullets.
Then it's extra good that mine is not.
Fair enough. Oh, it just auto-saved. I was about to save myself. Ooh, what do we got here? Walk slow. It might be dangerous. Here we go. Out the door. Well, we have the first item to observe. A rubber dinghy, deflated and broken. Ooh. Small white flowers blossom all around you. Maybells. Shit, there he is, the fireman. What's happening here? Oh, and he's got a gun. That's his sniper rifle. Who
An
is he?
old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Are you the fire guy?
The what now? I can't hear you.
He cups his hand by his ear. Did you recently tell 2 kids to put out their fire? A pair of twins.
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
Seems you've retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
A shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless.
Are you the one who closed the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
I put fuel in the generator and used the console.
I should have burned that console down.
He shakes his head. How did you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Shit. Well, there you go, yeah. Blasted the sad song station.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
It was not reactionary. It was cool.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating mental illness music.
Well, sir, that is a nice gun you've got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is it a Belmar Grave?
It's a Triangong 446.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
He pats the rifle. What is that? The Sinyao commune.
You heard me. It's good now, like chalk wiped from the board.
His gaze turns inward. Sir, I need you to put down that gun so we can talk. We're with the police.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
My authority is through the roof. I've got a 72% high chance to tell him I am an enemy commander of rank. Put it down. And here we go.
It's a good line,
Failure.
but your voice slips on, Commander, producing a little squeak. Sounds like you're afraid.
We tried. It failed. We're going to roll with it and see what happens.
A big-time operator of the pederast army. How about I keep it, huh? Hand it over to a real killer. A Briscard.
The lieutenant aims his pistol square at the man's forehead.
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
The old man lays the rifle down, carelessly, then looks at it lying there.
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
I'm going to pick up the gun lying in the sand. Let's secure that rifle.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire.
I give it a closer look.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
As he said, Kim, it's a Triangong made in Sinyao.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangong, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
Indeed it does.
The right type and the right calibre.
The lieutenant nods, glancing at the gun.
He's liking this.
I stow the gun and continue.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
So tell me, old-timer, who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross. Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in '07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in '08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
How long have you been on this island?
43 years. No, I've been on other islands too. I was an Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
That's the length of my entire life.
It's too long. It's not how a human being should live. But I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He grimaces, clearly in pain.
He just couldn't.
You couldn't give up?
He nods. But he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
He looks out across the water. Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic in dark red government-marked heavy fuel oil. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
The old man turns his eyes from the shore back to you. I ask him, what are you waiting for?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution.
Got some options here. Number 1, I come from there, I say, pointing to the mainland. I can assure you that is not what people are planning. Number 2, I've been there. That city is a tinderbox. It may still happen. Number 3, I shake my head and say, I've seen it. Capital is too powerful. The rich are very well organized. Or I can simply tell him women will always betray you. I'm going to say number 1. I can assure you that's not what anyone's planning.
I am not a fool. I know. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
But you said you deserted your unit.
I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
What lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
All it took for what?
For reaction to take hold.
What reaction?
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
It wasn't a reaction. You were just afraid.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
The lieutenant instinctively looks at his notebook, but does not take it out.
May the 13th, '08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic, you say?
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower,
He gestures towards the building.
huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
He looks to the east.
A terrible shame still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
What then?
I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers underground, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
He looks up to the sky. What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
He opens his eyes and stares right through you.
Some kind of great terror. Worse than you've ever seen.
What is it? What did you see?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
Then you know what?
That the bourgeois are not human.
I say nothing and simply let him finish.
I had to. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
The old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. I ask him, what is this place, this island?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
His leg jerks. And how have you survived here all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
You steal what?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
He coughs once more, then puts his hand on his belly.
How is your health? Mr. Dross.
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
You also have Druamine.
We have Druamine and other opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain.
I have been running out of that stuff.
A light goes on in his eyes. He smacks his dry lips.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now.
You like that Druamine, don't you?
It's the little joys. A dark joke, a sunshiny day, morphine.
This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over, and we can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes roll into his skull and back.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
We got options here. I can nod appreciatively and say I also live in hell. I can tell him I also have holes in my brain. But I don't think he's going to respond positively to those. I think if I tell him I live in hell, he's going to say, you don't know what hell is. If I tell him I have holes in my brain, he'll say mine are worse. So instead, number 3, I'm going to say nothing. And notice that the lieutenant is about to speak.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
How did you conceal yourself all these years?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies dead.
He shakes his head. I speak up and say, how did you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted.
He falls silent, his gaze fixed on the shacks huddled together across the water. Well, why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
We found a weapons cache under St. Ghislaine 22B in the basement. Have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were.
Useless now. Rusted away.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
There's also a small bunker under the Feld building. Did you also stay there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves.
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
He stares over the water towards the ruins of the Feld building. I ask him one more question. Do you smoke Tumotiri cigarettes?
I do.
You smoke them on the mainland?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
Tell me something else.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
Well, we got some choices here. Number one, we're not coalition appointed. We just try to help people. Number two, that's right, we're the good guys. Number three, we enforce the law. We keep these animals from killing each other. Number four, I know what it looks like, but I have secret plans to return the RCM to a Mazovian revolutionary unit. Or, we're just the RCM. Let's leave it at that. I'm going to go with number one. We are not coalition appointed. We just try to help people. Yona says, Ben, did you get that Animal Farm reference? Pigs, rabbits, and dogs? I missed it. I didn't. I wasn't thinking of Animal Farm at the time. I'm just wrapped up in this guy's story. Are we gonna find out that he is the shooter, the killer? I mean, he's here on the island. He's got the gun. I mean, I'm damn certain he is, but we haven't gotten there yet. I should pick the one with the animal reference, huh? Okay, let's do it. We enforce the law. We keep these animals from killing each other. Let's see what happens.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste dans ce land. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
His hand shakes as he breaks into a coughing fit.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
So you're a communist soldier from the communist army, huh?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
Yona says lots of philosophy rhetoric, absolutely. I say to the man, wait, what does a political commissar do?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
He was like a cleric, a shepherd.
So you were like a priest, huh?
No, the opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
So that means you're a trained communist, huh?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
I'm not really into politics myself.
You're inert lumpen with a gun.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology.
My partner turns back to face the old man.
We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body. There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than just metabolism.
I have another question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
He shakes his head and smiles, his teeth rotten and black.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Okay. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
So you're telling me you killed people after active fighting stopped?
What did I just say?
He keeps shaking his head erratically. He brushes something out of his eye.
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
Did you use that gun to kill a colonel of the security contractor Crenell?
The who now?
He leans in and cups his ear.
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it. You're in.
The corpse in ceramic armor, hanging behind the whirling in rags. Did you shoot him?
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
The lieutenant takes a sudden step towards him.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the Commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this, I say, showing him the Triangong 446.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun, not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those, jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
Well, my volition says don't let him divert you, so I'm not going to say we saved a lot of them. Doesn't matter. He doesn't care. I could confront him, stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon. Or I can just say, okay then, and concede the point. I think I'm going to concede. No need to argue. He saw what he saw. That's his understanding of it.
Imbecile.
He says, shaking his head. We've done the ballistics. The shot came from this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession.
The lieutenant softens his voice.
You have been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
The view was perfect. With a pair of binoculars, I could have seen in the room.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
Another sudden twitch, then one more in his right eye. I think to myself, come on, what am I forgetting? And I hit myself on the side of the head to try and knock loose a thought.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Oh, yeah.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Nowhere else, nowhere in all of Martinaise have you seen them this spring. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up.
Of course. Thank you, Head. Thank you.
You got it. Remember? The boot prints were like no modern soul.
So he was the peeper, huh?
Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal.
I fished the dried flower out of my pocket and show it to him. There were Maybells behind the victim's window, I say.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly, nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinaise. Only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilized them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
Curious tremor passes his face. I say, a young woman called Clagier. Ring any bells? These dried flowers were behind her window.
Clagier.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim.
He turns his sight from the whitening fields of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles of his jaw twitch, a spasm.
There is a small tremble, looks like a smile, a crooked smile, yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst. Don't leave any loose ends. Get him on everything.
I wonder, what kind of boots are you wearing?
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Doras.
Fucking imbecile.
The old man stretches out his leg. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of the worn-out old running shoes on his feet.
The maker is called Sansarique, and the size is 42 to 44. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
The lieutenant comes to the same conclusion. I attempt to think, wait, maybe it's simpler than that. It's a very low roll, but my drama skill is also very low. I'm gonna give it a chance and see what happens.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
I say out loud, people change shoes. It doesn't mean you weren't there, near the room the victim died in, sneaking around.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
He was a killer, but still under the protection of the law.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner.
That sounds like a confession.
Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
He breathes through flared nostrils. I say directly, so you killed him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I just nod.
I had them in my sights, both of them, him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
He begins to smile.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
A single word is all he gives. Task complete. Extract a confession from the deserter. Gained XP plus 70. Level up.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The lieutenant takes out his notebook slowly. Very slowly.
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
He shrugs, then smacks his lips.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Soldier, why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
He cocks his head to the side, then turns his eyes to the city. Another tremor passes his right side, lower in intensity.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
Helps him see all the shit.
And if you don't like it,
If it's part of the shit you see.
then you pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
What specifically did you not like about what you saw on that night?
Them fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did.
How long had you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her. smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
I say it out loud. And beautiful.
That, too.
How could you see what she looked like? You said it was dark.
The sun came up. Her hair was like cobwebs. She smoked more fags and snorted a line of whatever shit she was on right there. She needed it just to move.
What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to CashApp.
This is the hidden buoy she told us about. And you looked into it.
After she was gone,
He nods.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
no. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
Are you sure? We checked the submersible. There was nothing there.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the nervous system.
Moving on. Did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revershal's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook? From the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
How did you see all this? The bruises? That she was beaten?
I'm not blind, am I?
He shakes his silver head. Well, how does he know those minute details about her body? Footprints in the dust? Could have changed his shoes. I found the peephole through my investigation, and that gives us a 72% high chance. With reaction speed, no guarantee. Here we go.
He must have
Son of a
climbed
bitch.
to the roof, maybe.
Can't I just put it all together myself? He was there. He looked at her through the peephole. Of course he did. How did you get close enough to see her bruises, Mr. Dross?
I have my ways.
A cracked smile appears on his dried white lips.
You've been through the secret route behind the whirling in rags. Those were your footprints. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
Thank God, the lieutenant is picking it up.
That Nook too?
The lieutenant does not let you finish.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
He keeps shaking his head.
You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
Did you have feelings for that woman?
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glistened suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
Have there been others?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Was that why you left the dried flowers behind on her window?
No.
He starts to shake his head again. A sunflower on a withered stalk. Ask him, why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her the Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
It's as if something put the thought there, to leave the flowers.
It's like something put the thought in you. A compulsion.
What do you mean, put?
He raises his eyes. They're round and wide.
A brief flash of terror.
I just got this feeling from what you said. Do you agree?
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you.
A sudden pang of rage.
If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
He wipes his eye.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
So, in conclusion, it wasn't about him. It was about her.
Her.
He repeats the word back to you, staring at the ashes, then at the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement.
Task complete, extract a motive plus 70 XP and another level up. We're just running on millions of levels here. In a minute, I'm going to need to make a roll, and I want to pass it. I'm probably going to throw all these points into it, because what else am I going to do with them?
That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away, but she led us here first. She figured out someone was watching her from the sea fort.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
I look away to the north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghost of the city she's leaving, for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, Not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Street lights, towers, tenements and water, and across it a dark strip of ruins, barely visible if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a seafort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing. He's there, doing what exactly I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? His voice trails off as the 3 walk down the jetty. As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Well, before we continue, I'm at least an hour late for my typical break. I am going to take less than 2 minutes. I'm going to step out, and I'm not going to be gone for the full 10, but we're gonna keep going. This is happening, and I'm never more than now more happy that I stopped and did not attempt to continue this last night. We're coming up on 3 hours, or 2.5 as it is. We'll see if we can wrap it up before the end of the night. But like I said, I'm not going to be gone for that long. Give me 2 minutes, and I'll be right back.
Benjamin the Dream Wizard wants to help you pierce the veil of night and shine the light of understanding upon the mystery of dreams. Every episode of his Dreamscapes program features real dreamers gifted with rare insight into their nocturnal visions. New Dreamscapes episodes appear every week on YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, and other video hosting platforms, as well as free audiobooks exploring the psychological principles which inform our dream experience, and much, much more. To join the Wizard as a guest, reach out across more than a dozen social media platforms and through the contact page at benjaminthedreamwizard.com, where you will also find the Wizard's growing catalog of historical dream literature available on Amazon, documenting the wisdom and wonder of exploration into the world of dreams over the past 2,000 years. That's Benjamin the Dream Wizard on YouTube and at benjaminthedreamwizard.com.
As promised, I am back. I just had to let that play out because, you know, I just had to. Just had to do it, but I'm back. Not the full break. Yona says, we're still here. Wonderful. And we continue with the grand reveal. Composure. It is composure I need to boost. But there's more I can ask him. Let's see how high we can drive that up. Right now we're at an even chance. I asked the man, have you been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
Then why is that?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins. In their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
You mean Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
I choose to let him finish and not interrupt.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
He keeps shaking his head with sorrow for the sight he missed. I simply nod.
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Coyamorang, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
I maintain my silence and say nothing.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
Again, I simply nod.
We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores...
What follows is ominous mumbling. You cannot make out a single word.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter.
You said disco whores?
Whores.
Is all he says, even though that word has to be pushed through his teeth with great force. The rage seethes too hard. You mentioned the Union is social democratic, and Mr. Clare a farce of a social democrat.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat, placating the masses.
Who's a disappointment? Everard Clare?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation, the smart one.
Doesn't Everard run the Union?
That mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, Edgar Clare, that one's been to one of those East Revachol universities. He talks a big game about uprising and alienation and so on.
So you've talked to Edgar.
First against the wall with him.
He stopped poking at the ash now, and just shakes his head.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to.
Have you approached them, the Clares?
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
He points to the path leading to the tower.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left, wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
And what did you talk about with him?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzoff. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzoff. Oh, and charity, too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he just let you stay here?
Let me be here? The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
Mr. Dross, did you kill the Crenel mercenary for the Clares? To incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
So he did something.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Huh. I've got a logic roll here. I talked to Everard about his previous forewoman. It's a red check. Can I throw some points into logic and try and boost this up? I got some points. We are in endgame here. Logic. What does that do for me? Gives me an even chance. Do I want to spend one more point? I got so many points. Let's spend one more. Watch this, and I fail the roll anyway. I got a high chance at a 72%. Let's see. What was the deal between him and Edgar? It's a red check. This cannot be retried. Here we go.
Oh no.
Fuck.
The connection doesn't
Wasted.
come to you on such a pivotal moment.
Oh, wasted all those points. Fuck it. Fuck it. It is what it is.
Dumbo, do something. You can't zone out now. This isn't Doodaloo dance time. Slap yourself in the head again. Jumpstart it.
Wait, it was about him meeting with Edgar and a deal.
By God, we are on the edge, in the very end, and you can't even remember what you're trying to connect, can you? while the murder suspect stares at you with contempt.
Kim, what do you think about this? You know,
About this deal you made.
the lieutenant immediately understands what is happening and turns to the suspect.
With Edgar, the death of the colonel mercenary was only coincidentally beneficial to the Clares. But what about the other people you've killed for them?
Other people?
Like the previous 4 women of the Union.
That's it. That's what you weren't connecting yourself.
I didn't fight 40 years to end up an informant for the international regime. What happened, happened.
He wags a finger at the lieutenant.
Still dumb, your eyes are transfixed on his digit. It's yellow with nicotine. Before, when you asked him about the Union, he said it was a disappointment. They promised him something political.
They promised you political change, and they didn't deliver.
Look who's up. You're worse off than me.
Probably.
We will have plenty of time to talk about this, Mr. Dross, when you're in pre-detention. It takes years in pre-detention.
Go ahead. I've been in solitary confinement my whole life.
Ease off it. This was not an unmitigated disaster. The lieutenant mitigated it. Just proceed, calmly.
When you described that cock parading in his colorful uniform, you mean Renee, right?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor.
Again, I maintain my silence and simply nod.
I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
With his shaky finger, he points toward the city, at the crater near the plaza where a lonely pine tree stands.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
Again, I simply nod.
Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
A grin stretches across his face.
He whispers with such predatory hunger. It borders on...
You'd like to kill him, huh?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
Asks the lieutenant, cheerfully.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day, the blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Mr. Dross, Renee is dead. He died of old age a couple days ago.
No.
Yes.
I waited too long. I waited too long, and now he's dead?
The old communard looks at you, his blackberry eyes shaking in disbelief.
I'm sorry, Mr.
You wanna get
Dras.
down?
I understand you knew him for a long time.
He says, I'm sorry you didn't have the chance to kill him.
They're all dead now. Fuck it.
He just shakes his head.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
You had 1,000 chances to kill him.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust.
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of something else, but no. It's just hatred.
You cared about him, didn't you?
All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. Now, God damn this world.
Are you okay, Mr. Dross? To go on.
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure.
I'm glad we talked about that, but now
Glad we talked about what?
another erratic gesture. He's trembling. I wanted to ask again about the people you don't like. I'm going to follow this, but I don't think so. I think I left some elements of that conversation unexplored, but I'm just going to look real quick.
His lip curls into a sneer at the memory.
Glad we talked about
fuck it.
what?
Even chance for composure. Let's boost my composure roll and see if we can assess his body language. Where is composure? Composure. I can only put 2 points in it. I'm putting them both in. There you go. Now we got an 83% chance, and I feel like I'm just going to fail every roll at this late stage of the game. Here we go. This is it's a white check, so it says I may retry it. Fair enough.
What strikes you
Hey.
about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who's spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild,
He's surprisingly okay.
indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Animated. By what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief, despair.
Is it dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile. Is it some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on.
But wouldn't a foul temper be a byproduct of the way he lived his life?
Perhaps, but his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way. In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
Mr. Dross, are you on some kind of a psychoactive substance?
No. I won't be stuffed full of shit like the rest of this city.
You said you take painkillers.
The lieutenant follows your lead.
I take them to cope with pain. The people of this city use painkillers because they have pain. Untreated illnesses. Not enough money for a greedy doctor.
It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps.
Are you on amphetamines?
Like some kind of decadent rock star.
He doesn't dignify your question with any more of an answer. Mr. Dross, are you okay? How is your memory?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled.
Yosef Lilianovich Dross, you are under arrest for the murder of Crenel Colonel here in Martinez.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand?
He says nothing.
Do you understand?
But...
Kim, he's afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He looks at the reeds, eyes submerged with growing terror.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Kim, does it have room for 3?
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
Who watches him while I come back for you?
You come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce? This is a fucking farce. I can't.
Lillian, you could ask her maybe.
Maybe we can ask the net picker to watch him? Or come back with the boat?
This is no harmless old man.
The lieutenant shakes his head.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
No, listen. Listen now.
Oh, I've got an even chance with perception. Hearing, legendary. Can I boost it? Perception. Can I boost perception any higher? Perception. Where is it? It's gotta be... I can. That is all the points. I spent them all. We've got an 83% chance. Oh, listen now. What am I hearing? Roll them bones.
You thought you heard something, but it's just the reeds.
Oh, that was terrible.
Maybe we could all fit in there.
You think we could all fit in that little boat?
Actually, no.
Well, you could come back for me once you've taken him to the precinct.
No, it would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
There's no need to be polite. I'll do it.
This world. What are you talking about? Is this us?
Your skin is crawling suddenly.
Failed the roll. What was that roll? I gotta know. 83% chance and I failed it. It's killing me. There was a sound. I did not perceive the sound. Oh shit, it's one of them bugs.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
What is that, I say, and point to it.
What are you talking about?
The old man looks at the reeds, and then at you. It's a giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
The man looks confused.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
I put my head in my hands. Nope, I say, there is something there. I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Kim, can't you see it?
I can see it.
He does see it as well.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Whispers the lieutenant, then takes a step toward the giant arthropod. Holy Jesus, autosave. We can go talk to it and interact with it. Let's say hello.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
I whisper to Kim, "This is the Insulindian phasmid."
It is.
The lieutenant whispers behind you. You hear the familiar ring of his jacket unzipping. Slowly, painstakingly slowly.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open, extremely carefully. It's the camera. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
Kim, the flash is loud. Won't like that.
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
He continues to pull the lens open.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear. I am not palatable. Do not eat me. I am afraid.
It's afraid. Stop.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
He has stopped fiddling with the camera, but does not put it down.
He's letting his pride get in the way. You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
I whisper to him, "Who cares what they think, Kim?"
Understood. Of course.
He says with a nod.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air, slowly.
I attempt to say something to it quietly. Something like, Don't be afraid.
Nothing changes in the cyclical braying motion of the creature's limbs. They are porcelain white on the inside and reed-colored on the out, beige, light brown, and striped. You are unsure if it is scared or not. Its insect mind is impenetrable to your reasoning.
Well, we have a very high 97% chance to succeed at this roll to approach it carefully. +3 from Lena's childhood experience. +1 from your corpse will be marked by stars. +1, the miracle, way out in the west. +1 for laid the pheromone on thick. All right, let's try it. Oh, I failed! I failed a 97% chance roll, and it runs off. Oh!
You barely get to take one step. The invertebrate reacts with uncanny speed, skating away across the water. It's gone, like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but rings on the sea's calm mirror.
All right. We're loading this autosave. We're trying that again. I'm not letting that stand. 97 fucking % chance, and it failed.
The creature stands. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints.
We're gonna skip
As
all
the
of this.
insect moves its forearms, it produces a
And the
faint
green
hiss.
roll. Here we go.
Like slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Slowly, I raise my hand.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence. No, stop. Be afraid.
I raise my other hand.
As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you, praying to you.
I say to the creature, don't pray to me. I'm nothing.
The reed creature does not stop its stridulations. It towers above you, parting the reeds it emerged from. Tuft-like structures still rustle on its joints. Perhaps it is preparing to eat its god.
I say to it, hello. I'm Harry. Don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
I stand up on my tiptoes and look more closely.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish.
This thing might spit acid in my face. We're gonna find out.
The faintest smell, like you've never felt before, like burnt roses.
I whisper to Kim, it's foaming.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
The lieutenant watches you apprehensively.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one, letting out that same smell, like summer burning. Apricot blossoms, white blossoms erupting, a sensation like cold hands on your face.
I got a 97% chance for this inland empire to speak with me. Very high. +1 for spoke to the hanged man. +2 for did not give up on the Phasmid. +1 for knowing about parthenogenesis. It's a white check. You may retry it. 97% chance. Come on. Let's do this.
I exist.
Ooh, I'm hearing it. Or at least my inland empire thinks it is. I tell it, I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
If I tell you, what will happen?
Then I will tell you what it's like for me.
To be honest, I'm ill.
What is your illness?
In my heart. For me, it's sadness.
For me, it is not like that. I have states, not the emotions. For example, I experience excitement at unexpected sugar rewards. But that is not important. Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist.
Intruded upon? By what?
Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache.
Sounds like you're the type of animal I'd like to be.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Why do you ask?
Sometimes, when molting, I regrow a lost limb. One time something went wrong, and a small leg replaced a missing antenna.
A small leg. It's horrible.
Yes, the leg tried to move around independently, making it hard to walk.
So you don't have a foot there now.
Yes, thankfully someone ate it. The next time I molded, I grew an antenna again.
Me? I'm a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
I think I was born to detect you.
Yes. No one detected me for such a long time. For thousands of years. I dithered, out of sight. Trapped myself in greenery.
This is my masterpiece.
No one believed I exist. Almost no one. Until you came, detective. Dripping of blood that smells like strawberries. Across the calm sea. The first in 1,000 years.
Is this a dream? What's happening to me?
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Where does this come from? All of this around us. This world.
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
But we need to know. Perhaps it's sent to us by a god?
I think we should eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Or a reed. Yum yum.
What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulindian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys.
It may have unknown, dangerous biochemical characteristics that help it maintain its camouflage.
I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Samanese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
Are you poisonous?
Yes, I do not have a star to display, so I use a neurodegenerative element to aid in camouflage. Do not worry, it is only destructive over long periods of time.
The deserter. He's been here for a long time.
Oh shit, that's what it is. The deserter's been soaking up the chemicals, huh? I asked the beast, are you the miracle?
No, you are the miracle.
What? How?
The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness. A volatile simian nervous system, ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Wait, what is the Pale?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
But I don't have that kind of power.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
But how?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
How could it be worse?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
Oh, the first option is to blink. Quickly. I don't think I want to do that. I don't want anything to interrupt this. I'm gonna not blink. I'm gonna move on to number 2. Have I always thought this way?
No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation.
I'm simply gonna say I will be extra careful not to blink. Don't worry.
Please be. Or one day, one of you will close your eyes and sign, and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
I turn to my partner and ask, Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
then I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
Sort of. No. Or who cares about the case? I have totally transcended the case. I mean, okay. Me, Benjamin the DreamWizard, playing this game. We've solved the case. We know who did it. Do I need to follow through with arresting the guy and taking him in? Personally, I don't care. I wanted to solve the mystery. At this point, the case is meaningless compared to this. I have totally transcended the case. We're going with that answer. It's happening.
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
I have to go. I tell the creature, I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That is all.
No, there is one more.
I can disagree and say, no, there are no more thoughts. I can say, number 2, of all the creatures I've met, you are the kindest. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the scariest. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the most beautiful. I'm going to go with kindest. The most kind.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. For freedom.
What woman?
You cannot lie to me. Behind you is now so fires. So awfully far you were prepared to go in her presence. And it.
I'll try.
She was hell on earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Turn away from that woman. She was hell on earth. Interesting. I whisper, okay, Kim, take the picture.
Okay.
With a slow ring of metal, the lieutenant slides the lens open and raises it to eye level.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
You hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature's shape develops onto photo paper in his hands. A polychrome ghost of white streaks against... Start that over. A polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds and the sky, and you as a shadow before it.
For all time.
I'm pushing my luck here. I don't know if I'm having a hallucination or if this thing was talking to me. I'm going to slowly reach out and touch the creature's whisker.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the kiting curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
I look at my finger.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
I'm gonna lick my finger.
It tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you, tufts of reeds pointing from limb and head alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water.
Carefully, I pet one of its scythe-like forearms.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing.
I run my hand up the slender limb higher. I'm pushing it. I'm pushing my luck. It gives me every opportunity to stop. Pull my hand away. Let's see what happens.
A small shudder passes the creature's arm. High above you, its black pearl eyes still glisten, mesmerized by the light passing its nervous system.
And I got away with it without any injury. I say to Kim, we got it, and back off slowly.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Slowly, I disengage and leave.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
Holy Jesus, we got the picture. And the creature is gone. Just like that. Gone.
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
The lieutenant looks north, with his hand raised to his brow. I say to him, it can walk on water?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What's that there, in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now?
What now?
The old man behind you repeats your words suddenly. He's put his hand into the ash. It's dirty and black.
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Let's look in the box. There is a Fairweather T500 helmet and a T932 rifle scope. We have gained items. There it is. And I'm going to save it. We are well past 8 o'clock. I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea why the game isn't over yet. What are we supposed to do? What is happening? I don't even know. Let's check on the guy. Why am I still receiving items?
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Sir, how could you not see that phasmid?
See.
He stares at the reeds and falls silent.
Mr. Duras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking, with fear and longing. Like an addict of some terrible substance.
I snap my fingers under his nose.
A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Duras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
Kim, what do you think happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
He looks at the man and then at you. I say, I think it was the phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke? Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
Well, I'm going to say it's definitely toxic. The phasmid told me so.
Told you? Yes, good. During your long staring match. I understand.
Again, he looks at the man and then back at you. He couldn't see it, Kim. It was just reeds to him.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dross.
He touches the man's shoulder.
No response.
Maybe this is how the phasmid has stayed hidden all these years?
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it.
Yeah. You just forget that it's there.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds?
The old man stutters.
The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
Before, when I evaluated his state, he seemed strangely animated.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Perhaps this animation is induced by something in the phasmid?
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
He takes off his glasses and cleans them. When he puts them back on, he's still staring at the sea. I say to Kim, well, he's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it in its company?
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe.
He looks down at his notebook.
I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
We found something in the phasmid's nest, Mr. Dross.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should.
I show him the ceramic helmet.
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is. The last embers have gone out. The war is over.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
I show the old man the detached scope.
I lost.
You lost it, Mr. Dross?
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid.
The lieutenant observes the lens sparkle in your hand.
This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
I'm going to let you rest now, Mr. Dross.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal. The strength has all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreaker.
Hang tight, I say to the man as I turn to leave.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
Jesus, a new task. Return to the mainland. Let's have a look at that. The return. Use the boat to get back. All right. Okay, here we go. Whoa. The air smells sweet and scary somehow. Here we go, running all the way back. And then another boat ride. Are we anywhere near the end of the game? I have no idea.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
All right, Kim. Let's head back.
Let's. We are done here.
Ooh, it fades to black.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Jesus. This is just the never-ending ending.
Look what the tide brought him.
Says the man without sunglasses. Suddenly, his expression changes, and he tilts his head.
Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Forget about all this. There's a giant...
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
He points at you with both hands. Well, no one else seems bothered by the bleeding.
Bothered by it? Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant. Oh, fuck it. Let's not get into that.
All right. Who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstam. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us. We might need your help with something later.
He suddenly regains his confidence.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Says the woman warmly, flashing the lieutenant the tiniest of smiles.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
I step forward and say, what is this all about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets.
How did you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
I understand. Okay. Gart told you.
And people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk.
So you aren't the man with the sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
Actually, I suspected something was off.
Did you? Or did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember.
Judging by the familiarity you feel toward him, 2 years minimum? Or maybe a short but close stint on the task force?
And you never told me that you're not the horse-faced woman. Oh, I'm gonna say it, but I wouldn't say it that way.
Lieutenant, my name is not horse-faced woman. It's Judith Minot. I was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. I thought we were friends.
We are still friends. Simply apologize, or tell her it is glad to make her acquaintance. That's what I say. I say, Patrol Officer Minot, glad to make your acquaintance. Let's put the past behind us.
Right, sir.
Her tone is suddenly very cold. I turn to the other man. So, Trent Heidelstam. Turns out to be Special Consultant Trent Heidelstam.
Yes, I'm Trant Heidelstam. I never said I wasn't Trant Heidelstam.
So wait, what was up with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail's my son.
Ah, yeah. What was up with all the interesting history? Just spying on me?
No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
Him being there with his son, it was not a coincidence. It's difficult to see, but he was worried about you. And also interested in the Feld building.
So what are you special consulting here, Trent?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s. Like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
Duped again. No one's who they say they are.
Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Okay, well, that does have something to do with it, yes.
No. Everyone's just a brilliant master of disguises.
You mentioned a task force?
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Refresh my memory. Who else is in this?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trant fucking Heidelstam, and Guillaume Baby.
He stares at you.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Okay, first, who's Guillaume Bevy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Trant because I'm forcing him to stay.
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses?
I asked the question.
See? There. He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me, I'm G. Bevy. It was going to be funny, but then you really did have brain damage. So not so much anymore.
He sincerely thought it was going to be amusing. For both of you.
Okay, so what does this unit do?
Do? It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
They're your posse, or what remains of it. Hand-picked, hand-lost.
The 41st isn't...
He trails off, not wishing to finish the sentence. I asked them, where have you been all this time? It was a mercenary tribunal.
God damn it, Harry.
He shifts his weight, crosses his arms, and looks you in the eye.
You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Wait, so you let me face a squad of trained killers alone just to teach me a lesson?
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
So why didn't you detect or die then?
Oh, you think it was cool you saying that? Aesthetic somehow? You were crying when we got here, breaking things. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss, so we fucked off. Like you told us to.
I gotta be honest with you guys. None of this rings any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic. As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
I'm going with the answer down here. Something so sad happened to me that I couldn't be me anymore. It was a defense mechanism.
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trant? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been. Who isn't? I know I am. But you know what? I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That doesn't happen. You're lying, or insane, or both.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here.
He gestures toward the scenery.
Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for its end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in a major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Got some options here. Number 1, I am ready to lead again. Number 2, line detective is good for now. Number 3, he's wrong. I'm too far gone for work. Number 4, fuck all of you. I don't want to be in your unit. I'm going to go with I'm ready to lead again. I think my success with this case has proven I can get my shit together.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the potty? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
Call me Tequila Sunset. I also jumped the canal, by the way. No. I'm going to say, flat out, I drove it into the ocean when I was drunk.
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
I got it right here, I say as I show it to him.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Extremely low chance of hand-eye coordination, but here we go. We're going to try and catch it. Fail.
You juggle the badge for a second, unsuccessfully, and it lands on the ground, some 2 meters away. Ouch! You strained your elbow trying to catch that stupid thing. Damn it.
He found it. He found it, Jean. It's his badge.
And your gun?
It's right here, I say, showing him the Villiers 9mm.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
You know what? I quit drinking. Forever. It's only me in this boring hellhole now.
I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then, huh?
I was inside a corpse up to the elbows.
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
Ah, Kim. Good man. Let's see. No idea. Yeah, I've handled a corpse. Yeah, it's been a bit of a week. None of this matters. My odor situation is meaningless compared to what I've discovered. I'm going with that one, number 4. None of this matters compared to what I've discovered.
What you've discovered? You let the suspect escape, a certain Clasier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Oh, we got options here. I can say she was a spy from the Occident, specially trained. Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue that led us to the island. I can say, okay, I got duped. She pulled a fast one. Yes, I let her go as an act of mercy. Number 5, that's just a small detail in a huge case. Or number 6, that doesn't matter. None of it does. We're looking at the oxygen holocaust times a quadrillion. I have come to know the final fate of man and the universe. I'm going to go with number 2. She gave us a clue that led us to the island.
Oh, well, if she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who also escaped. Yeah, Ruby something. Or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 8 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot and survived only because of his armor. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Come here, boo-boo. Peanut butter. I got you. Okay. We got some options here. I can say, yeah, what he said. I can say, I also solved the case. It's solved. All of it. Let's go with that one. We don't need to talk about a massacre.
Detective, it's better if I do that.
He says in a hushed voice.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He brushes a strand of hair out of his eye and coughs.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Yefretor Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
It's a start.
Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar law official. At first I thought it was a joke, but now I'm not so sure. He says disco about 20 times a day.
I just saw in the Rumble chat, EXP Bless says, "What up, G? Hello. I don't know when you made that comment. Hopefully it was recently, and I have not been ignoring you for, I don't know, the last hour. Who knows? I've been like focused in on this game here. Moving on.
It's odd, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a hustler. He grinds. He makes the real. He's a visionary and a money engineer, which is just...
He shakes his head.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, and the constant smoking everywhere, all the time. But despite all this, he is a great detective. One of the best I have seen, in fact.
Kim, I smoked less cigarettes than you did during this game, so meh. That's all I gotta say to you.
He can talk human beings into telling him anything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped working on the case. He is tireless, madly driven. And he solved it, near perfectly. In 1 week we have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator. Locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
Listen to this summary. I'm singing my praises. If I'd done any less, if I'd fucked up any more, he'd be telling a different story.
A new species?
We got a picture, yo.
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
I can say Hosiana or boom shakalaka motherfucker. Number 3. So as you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective and an absolutely visionary entrepreneur. Or this is what I've been trying to tell you about. Let's go with pretty okay detective and visionary entrepreneur. Like that one.
Fucking hell. Is this somehow connected to the case?
He ignores you, still staring at the phasmid.
Detective?
Yes, I believe the pheromone it emits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
Seems so. Jean Vicmer is nonplussed.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes. It really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
His tired eyes follow the photo as the lieutenant puts it away.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
What is the case I make? Once again, I'm not given any clue as to whether I need to only pick one answer. I guess I can do each of them one at a time. It looks like I should get a chance. Number 1. Also, the phasmid was female. The reeds are its nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
I talked to it, 'cause I'm crazy.
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
It had gathered items in its nest, a helmet and a scope.
Actually, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
I still think it was a female. It sounded like it to me.
Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
It told me. I'm coming right out and saying it.
Mm-hmm. Then it wouldn't matter if it's male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense. Yes.
Says my logic. I guess.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
I think it emits a chemical that makes it look even more like the reeds.
Yes. That would be a chiromone. A pheromone that's seemingly beneficial to the host. It usually stimulates the affected nervous system. Not a human's, of course, but perhaps a predator's?
The perpetrator seemed intoxicated somehow, like an addict. It's just a hunch, but...
There are species of bees that, under the influence of chiromones, take wasp larvae to their hives. Ants do the same with aphids, thinking they're... Do you think this is how it stayed hidden?
I do.
Nothing is off the table. But I want to stress this. The find does not have to be connected to the case. The case is 100% prosecutable, without any chiromones.
Of course, Lieutenant. Of course. We should treat the case and the phasmid as completely separate from each other. People are not going to...
He shakes his head.
They're not going to go for this speculation in the constabulary.
It had mandibles that looked like hair, and it was completely white on the inside.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
I mean, call it what it is.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. It's a really good thing you have that photo.
Without it...
Jean-Vic Mayer shakes his head again.
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
The killer, Lilianovich Dros, we have a strong motive for him.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
A revolutionary matronym, you say?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Larsovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead.
Oh, instead of Kraz and Lars, it was Lilianovich. There you go.
This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
I didn't have to ask.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
Well, what are we going to tell him? He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy. He killed the mercenary hoping to start a war between the company and the Union. He killed him in an act of rage induced by the phasmid's semiochemicals, or actually, I'm not sure if I have a motive. It was related to the gal. He did spy on her. He hated that guy. I don't think he was trying to start a new war. So it's active rage, jealousy. I'm gonna go with jealousy.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation, aggravated possibly by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason, said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
It's way more than that.
Let me see here. I'm going to say, you know what? I did all I could. Every second was a struggle.
I've never doubted you can pull yourself together and work. In bouts. Bouts don't last. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something.
Soaked into his clothing. I don't know if he's washed it in a week or 2.
It will pass in time.
I continue. The previous head of the Debardeurs Union was assassinated by our killer.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open, in Martinez, where Evrard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
The lieutenant lowers his voice, just a little.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything Union-related, for political neutrality.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it at first mention.
There was also a dead man on the boardwalk. Missing person I found.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How did you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
Also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
You know, Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10. A commercial building where all the businesses go bankrupt. I looked into it.
Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
There was a possible witness in there, and it was close to the crime scene. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
I confiscated drugs from the young boy's dad.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I mean, at this point, anything is but the drink.
So what do you say? You want to take this hot shit back? I say, pointing to myself.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder.
He shrugs.
So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
A quick nod.
You haven't been drinking, she thinks. So, maybe this time.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Task complete. The return. Gained XP plus 10.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Wait a minute. I have a few questions before we go. About who I am.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
But before, huh?
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
Well, that does explain a lot.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
The collection of foul sportswear I've amassed.
Some of your more old-school wording choices. Your posture, even. The constant stretches.
Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy.
You said Coron. I was a gym teacher there, huh?
Yes, you taught gym in Cool. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
So why did I join the RCM then?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries, and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
Okay. I see now.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
They gave an explanation why you were able to run non-stop throughout the entire game. That's cute. Little attention to detail. I ask, why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
Fair. Fair.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Was her name Dora?
Yeah. Dora England, I think.
Not Dora Dubois.
So we weren't even married.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
6 years?
Yeah. Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora England really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
Figures.
Extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
He's telling it like it is.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin.
Ah,
Heartbreak Welkin.
indeed.
Pain Welkin.
Also true.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
Well, Precinct 41. What kind of station is it?
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed. And everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
He tilts his head northward.
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
I asked them, did we recently shoot up a church by any chance?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Well, what happened? Why did we go there?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast.
Fair enough.
Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
So I work the bloody murder station, huh?
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershoal. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
So this Phasmid, I need to tell Lena about this, ASAP.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock, remember?
She's a cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about the Phasmid.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
She looks at Vicmare.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
Watch out, or she'll faint.
Well, Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what will you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
Oh, yeah? About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
He pulls up his collar and looks around, the cold spring light reflected in the lenses of his glasses.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
You want to do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I mean investigate. Come work at Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. And crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
The lieutenant turns very serious all of a sudden.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
She keeps trying to wrap it up.
I do like the sound of that.
Achievement unlocked. Recruit Detective Kim Kitsuragi. Look at that. And I believe the final thing, the final interaction I'm going to have with this game, the very last option here at the bottom says, I'm ready. End.
Good.
Judith Minot looks at you, and then at Vicmare.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's quite unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Ptolemy Price points his pen at the doctor. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through, and when he does, he'll side with Revachol. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
I think this is it. The end. Oh, and he gives me a shoulder to lean on. We haven't just solved a murder. We have stopped Detective Harry Dubois from self-destructing. And there you have it, my friends. That is the ending. Now, normally, I would sit here and have feelings as I watch the credits. And I do. I have feelings. This was amazing. This was fantastic. Highly recommended. If you just tuned in to the very end here, even if you saw this ending, you don't understand anything. You haven't been through the experience. I would definitely recommend anyone play this game. I will never do so myself again. It was pretty intense, actually. The whole thing, it felt silly and pointless in the beginning, and it turned out to be one of the best stories I've ever experienced. Really well done. With that said, I was telling you I was not going to sit here and dwell on my feelings and watch the credits because we are well over my normal time. I decided to hang in there and make this happen for you all, get it done tonight. We got a brand new game coming up on Monday. I can't stop the credits. Well, I'm gonna let them play, I guess. Hitting the escape button does nothing. Hitting enter does nothing. It's not gonna let me stop listening to those. Well, while that's happening, I'm gonna prepare some other stuff here. I'm gonna show you something brand new. You gonna dig it? There it is. I'm going to go ahead and actually turn off this music. There we go. So I'm still hearing it, but you're not. Now, to reward you all for hanging in there to the very last moment, you get to see the preview trailer for the brand new game coming up on Monday at 5 p.m. on episode 411 of DreamWizard Plays. And here it goes. There you go, my friends. Atomic Heart. Coming on Monday at 5 p.m. Pacific. You can turn this off here. And yes, these credits are still rolling. I got to go pee, and we got to end this stream. So won't you join us, please, on Monday at 5 p.m. for the next episode of DreamWizard Plays. On your way out, please also smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, tell your friends to join us on Monday. And in the meantime, in between time, I am the Dream Wizard, and I thank you for watching. We'll see you on Monday.